Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry, good morning.
Good morning.
Dzień dobry, panie profesorze.
Dzień dobry. Czyli widzicie i słyszycie mnie, tak?
Tak jest. Okay.
Dzień dobry, dzień dobry.
Let's start this panel officially. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. I'm delighted to welcome you all at our panel on Indo-Pacific, which is under the title The Changing Nature of Competition and Cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. My name is Beata Bohorodycz. I'm Associate Professor at Adam and will be moderating this panel together with my, this panel has been organized together with my colleague, Dr. Rafał Wiśniewski. Today we have a team of great, outstanding specialists of Asia. Because of the time constraint, let me introduce them to you briefly. First of all, I would like to welcome very warmly Professor Bogdan Guralczyk from the University of Warsaw, the leading expert on China in Poland at present. Professor Guralczyk is the head of the Center for Europe at the University of Warsaw. In addition to the academic career, Professor Guralczyk is a distinguished diplomat who, among others, served in the Polish embassy in Hungary and was the ambassador of Poland to Thailand, accredited also to the Philippines and Myanmar. Professor Guralczyk has been a very prolific writer, and what is worth emphasizing, and because it's uncommon for academics, his books are actually selling. The newest one, as we were talking, the long march, the new long march in Polish has just appeared, and as I learned, it will be available in the electronic version on December 10th. Today, Professor Guralczyk will talk about China in a new international institutional order in Indo-Pacific. Next, I would also like to very warmly welcome my friend Elena Atanasova-Cornelis from the University of Antwerp and Catholic University of Louvain in Belgium. Professor Atanasova-Cornelis is a professor of international relations and security studies, specializing in Japan's foreign and security policy, and also foreign relations in Asia, Indo-Pacific, as well as Europe-Asia. Professor Atanasova-Cornelis, among others, has been Associate Fellow at the Geneva Center for Security Policy in Switzerland and visiting professor at the Brussels School of International Studies at the University of Kent at Brussels. And today, Professor Atanasova-Cornelis will talk about Japan's perspective on the Indo-Pacific and the role of the EU. Next, I would like to welcome very warmly Dr. Krzysztof Zaleski from the Boym Institute, a Polish think tank. Dr. Zaleski is an analyst and writes about foreign policy and digital transformation in India and Australia. He currently serves as the president of the board of the Boym Institute and is an editor of the weekly journal Week in Asia in Polish, Tydzień w Azji. He previously worked at the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights in Vienna, at the Foreign Relations Office of the Chancellery of the President of Poland and the Polish Parliament, and at the Center of Eastern Studies in Warsaw. And today he will talk about the Quad and the changing understanding of security. And last but not the least, I would like to welcome our discussant, Professor Jakub Zajączkowski, who's been very active and busy at our conference from the University of Warsaw. He was with us yesterday, greatly appreciated, Jakub. Professor Zajączkowski has been academically, as I said also yesterday, super active academically and also integrating Polish IR community, which is great. And together with Professor Haliżak are now, I think, the driving forces in the development of IR studies in Poland. Professor Zajączkowski was the head of the Institute of International Relations at the University of Warsaw, and at present the head of the chair of regional and global studies at the University of Warsaw. Let me just say a few words about technical side of our meeting. Each presenter will have 15 minutes. And the commentator, and this will, after all presentations, so we will have a general Q&A session, and we will be presenting in the order published in the program. So first Professor Góralczyk, followed by Professor Atanasowa-Cornelis, and then Dr. Zalewski and Professor Zajączkowski. Professor Góralczyk first. Bogdanie, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much, Beata. I hope everyone hears me and see me on the screen. Sorry not to be in person in Poznań right now, but hopefully we can manage and survive this new wave of the pandemic. My subject today is to present a kind of a Chinese perspective of a new emerging global order. And in this respect, having these 15 minutes arranged for participants, I would start from, as you see behind me, beyond me, there's a whole library, so it is easy for me to figure out several books. I will start from this one, which was published in 2005 and edited by David Shambaugh, a very eminent American sinologist. This was the first ever book, to my knowledge, published in 2005, when power, as is entitled, a power shift was pronounced and announced, that the world is shifting from the Atlantic to the Pacific. It was immediately confirmed in 2008 when we had the so-called global financial crisis. Afterwards, immediately, we had a substantial change in the global order because some new institutional framework has appeared. The first change, which is important for us and for my presentation, that existing until that moment, G7 group of the most powerful capitalist economies was replaced by G20 and was replaced mainly by the representatives of Asia, India, China, South Korea, Indonesia, on the other side, opposite side, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and even Australia. So we had a new grouping, new, let's say, gathering of countries, which were described as, since that moment, as emerging markets. And after G20, half a year later, because G20, the first summit meeting, took place on November 20, 2008 in Washington, D.C. So it was an immediate answer of the global markets and global elites for the collapse of Lehman Brothers, which took place in September the same year. And half a year after the summit, first summit of G20 in Washington, we had another summit in Yekaterinburg in Russia, more or less Siberia, when so-called BRIC countries were meeting for the first time, Brazil, Russia, India, and China, the most important emerging markets. In 1 year or so, it was already renamed into BRICS because of the Chinese will. Why China is so important? Because according to the current statistics, China alone is larger in trade volume and GDP than 4 others combined, which is a tremendous headache for India especially. So we had already in 2008 a new institutional framework when the power was shifting from G7 to G20, and a new category of state has appeared on the global scene, which is emerging markets, including China and India. In 2020 and 21, during the pandemic, we observed the repetition that once again, center of gravity was moving, shifting from the Atlantic to the Pacific, but this time not only in economic or trade terms, but also high tech. Because what we observed during the pandemic, which is still not over yet, as we know, that prior to this pandemic, we already had a trade war inaugurated by Donald Trump administration in March 2018. However, to my mind, during the pandemic, we inaugurated another 2 kinds of war, mainly media or ideological war, which is growing. Everywhere is bipolar world again, China versus United States. And the most important to my mind, and not only my mind, it is high-tech war. Since that moment, we have on the daily agenda Huawei, 5G, TikTok, and the others. So it means that we are observing tectonic changes on the global arena. And what kind of response and institutional framework is appearing in response to these phenomena? Looking from the American perspective, we have 3 ideas as a response to the China's rise. The first one is Indo-Pacific. Previously, we used to describe the whole region as Asia-Pacific. Recently, we are talking rather about Indo-Pacific. India is important swing state here. And in this respect, Indo-Pacific is not elaborated yet, but it is a kind of a necklace surrounding necklace of pearl surrounding the territory of the Chinese territory of the People's Republic of China. The problem is that there's not Sibsar on the north because you have the Russian Federation and it is not closed. So it is an open idea, but we still have an important idea, an institutional framework of Indo-Pacific. The other one was existing for some time prior to the pandemic. It is called Five Eyes. It is mainly security, even intelligence cooperation between liberal democracies, meaning United States of America, Canada, United Kingdom, Australia, and New Zealand. And as we saw in late summer this year, out of it, we had a new military alliance, which is called AUKUS. Few decades ago, we had ANZUS, United States, Australia, New Zealand. Now we have AUKUS, United States, United Kingdom, and Australia. So we have a new alliance, military alliance emerging. And finally, the third proposal of the United States of America is called Quad, quadrilateral cooperation of the 4 countries, United States, Japan, India and Australia. According to Hugh White, a very eminent, prominent representative of their strategic thinking in Australia, it is too loose. Maybe it will be not something like NATO in the Indo-Pacific or Asia-Pacific. However, we had already the first summit on September 24th this year in White House, and not webinar, not online meeting, but personal. So it is growing. So to my mind, United States of America, in response to China rise, is searching for security solutions, for security alliances. What is China doing, which is more important, and what is Chinese perspective? First of all, we need to remind all of our participants that already in 2001, so prior even to the power shift mentioned by David Shambo, Shanghai Cooperation Organization was organized out of bilateral talks concerning the borderline between Russia and China. So we have Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which initially was even described by American strategists as some kind of anti-NATO. However, since 2015, both India and Pakistan joined, and we have a new situation. And even much more important is what has happened this current year, 2021, when we observed the removal of American forces from Afghanistan, to put it mildly, and something what was a terrible dream of American thinkers, like, for instance, Zbigniew Brzezinski's famous Grand Chessboard, a book which was published in late 1990s, when he provided the ugly scenario for the Americans when Russia and China and Iran are working together. And that's what is undergoing currently under the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. So we have already some kind of response, because Shanghai Cooperation Organization was the first ever organization of international significance, which was established since the Second World War without any participation of the Western powers. Second, which is not popular, I'm surprised that even no one is mentioning that we have another framework of security cooperation without any participation of Western powers. It is a complicated naming, because it is a conference on interdependence in confidence building measures in Asia, CICA, an idea of 1990s yet of Nursultan Nazarbayev, long-term leader of Kazakhstan, but recently it is named and recalled as Asia for Asians in security terms. So it means Asian security system is already also arranged. However, to the response on the current situation and some kind of decline of the current hegemonic power, United States of America, China is rather responding in economic and trade terms. And here we have two issues on the agenda of top significance. One is that you remember, those who are listening to me, that Obama administration in 2009, in response to China rise, announced so-called pivot to Asia, and a response took place in 2009, and immediately thereafter, United States of America joined Trans-Pacific Partnership, the idea of New Zealand. And Trans-Pacific Partnership was very important for the Obama administration, but unfortunately for the American side, Donald Trump, when became president, dissolved or removed America from this framework. Anyhow, Japan was the only country which not only signed, but also ratified the agreement. And America was removed, but Japan was continuing it. And right now we have so-called comprehensive and progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership of 11 countries. And what is important that both China, People's Republic of China, and Taiwan just submitted their candidacy for this cooperation, and we will see what will happen when America is out while China wants to be in. Chinese response to this Obama's pivot was another one. In 2005, so-called East Asia Summit was established, which is ASEAN 10 member states plus Japan, South Korea, China, and later on India, Australia, and New Zealand. 16 countries altogether. East Asia Summit. China reestablished it and initiated negotiations for Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP. Regional comprehensive. Yes, I know my time is. I'm finalizing. RCEP was signed as a webinar in November last year, and once again, America is out, China is in. So we have a real power shift, and everything is on the move. While America is searching for the alliance in security, mainly security, military, and strategic terms, China is searching for a response for the current situation in economic and transnational terms. And we will see what will happen. However, definitely the idea of power shift was recently confirmed. And what is new, what is important, that we have a new institutional framework in Asia and the Indo-Pacific region, which is necessary to be responded by the Western side, being it the United States of America or the European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for very stimulating and, as always, provoking discussion with very clear arguments. I think it's always interesting to engage in a debate. And now I would like to give the floor to Professor Atanasova Cornelis. Elena, the floor is yours, 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. I first would like to say thank you to the organizers. Thank you to Beata for inviting me to this really fantastic and very timely event. I'm currently still drinking my morning green tea and remembering the nice times when I could travel to Asia several times a year. Hopefully that will be possible in the coming years, and hopefully I will have a chance to visit Poznań as well very soon. Let me share my screen to put my presentation. Okay, right. So Japan's perspective on the Indo-Pacific and the role of the European Union. So I have been asked when I was invited to look at how Japan perceives the Indo-Pacific, and where does essentially the European Union come in that vision. So essentially my remarks will focus a little bit on Japan's conceptualization of the Indo-Pacific, the changes in Japan's conceptualization, and then I will talk a little bit about Europe, the way Europe has been engaged or seeking engagement rather in Asia, a few words about the EU's Indo-Pacific strategy and EU's relations with Japan, and finally, before concluding, some reflections on Japan's strategic dilemma that Japan is essentially facing, and in these times of power shift, as the previous speaker has nicely discussed and addressed. What is the Indo-Pacific for Japan? And this I have taken actually from official Japanese documents. It's easily found online. They're available, white paper on defense, if you're interested, in any other publications by the Japanese Foreign Ministry. And as you see, essentially the focus is, the first objective is promotion of establishment of the rule of law, freedom of navigation, free trade. So essentially what goes in line with the rules-based international order, which is an important aspect of that narrative on free Indo-Pacific. The second is economic prosperity, essentially in line with connectivity objectives, economic partnerships, free trade agreements, investments. And finally is commitment for peace and stability. And that goes along in line with the objectives of providing capacity building, maritime law enforcement, and other aspects of cooperation with like-minded countries in humanitarian assistance, disaster relief. Now, essentially, the Indo-Pacific, or the free and open Indo-Pacific, as you see on the slide, as it's indicated, it seeks to provide a bridge between the two oceans, so the Pacific Ocean, the Indian Ocean, but also between the two continents, the Asian, to bring Asia and Africa together, focusing on extending and expanding various networks, cooperative networks, especially in the economic area through connectivity, capacity building, and other aspects. It's important to point out that free and open Indo-Pacific, of course, became very much popular during the Trump administration. But originally, the whole concept goes back to the year 2006, when former Prime Minister Abe Shinzo of Japan was for the first time Prime Minister in his first term in office. And it was then when he focused on promoting, at the time it was called the Democratic Security Diamond, in other words, cooperation between 4 maritime democracies, Japan, India, Australia, and the United States, which subsequently, as previous speaker pointed out, gave rise to what is known as the Quad, the Quadrilateral Dialogue. And it was already at the time that Japan essentially realized India's significance, in this shifting regional order, where we have seen China rising, and in particular China transforming from being a continental power to maritime power, something that has been perceived with concern by countries such as Japan, countries in Southeast Asia, as well as India in recent years. The difference was that in the mid-2000s, both India and Australia were very much reluctant to embrace that narrative of the Indo-Pacific and possible cooperation within the Quad grouping, which, however, has changed. And if we look now over the past 3-4 years, both Australia and India have become much more warm, much more open to considering that cooperation in order to preserve rules-based, in particular maritime order, and ensure freedom of navigation. So what is FOIP? So the abbreviation FOIP, in my view, seeks to strengthen an inclusive and rules-based maritime international order. And I would like to point out the word inclusive, because Japan's freedom FOIP vision has essentially very much evolved from 2006, when it was perceived much more exclusive, focusing on establishment of some sort of a counterbalancing coalition vis-a-vis Beijing, which over the years has transitioned and became much more inclusive approach promoted by Tokyo, which has essentially opened the door to cooperation with countries, both like-minded, but also less like-minded countries, even opening the door to possible cooperation and inclusion of China in the Indo-Pacific narrative, provided China would follow and adhere to established norms and rules and standards of behavior. So this has been a very important change in Japanese thinking. If we look at the perspectives on the Indo-Pacific, and I have been doing extensive research on the various countries' discourse and thinking, we have in Japan certainly moved towards more inclusivity. But if you look at the other countries mentioned on the slide, Australia, India, European players, as well as the EU, the word inclusive has essentially very much reflected the view that it should not be some sort of a framework that would lock out certain countries and establish counterbalancing coalitions. On the contrary, that would be an open concept that would allow also for certain flexibility in interpretation, in cooperation, in types of partnerships, and in types of issues that are addressed within that Indo-Pacific. Now, I would like in particular to point out the EU's focus. Of course, the EU has been, and based on my own extensive research in Asia, the EU has been really criticized for a number of years by many countries in Asia of being too China-centric, to China focus, that for the EU, Asia policy was China policy. And the first important signal of kind of maturation in EU's thinking was back in 2019, when the EU's China policy was published, and the European Union then defined China as a partner, as a competitor, and a systemic rival. So that was for the first time kind of officially indicating the understanding that behind China's infrastructural connectivity projects, Belt and Road Initiative, there are also important geopolitical objectives. In other words, geopolitics and connectivity cannot really be separated. Now, the EU's thinking still is that the Indo-Pacific should be based on inclusivity, and that China is in, that China is not out, right? That China is a partner, in particular in non-traditional security issues, that we cannot tackle problems that cross borders without the participation of China. However, a very interesting change in the EU's thinking, as I will point out a little bit later in my next slide, is that it's not all about China, it seems to me, that China is just one of the EU's important partners, and that there are also many other countries which are very important for the EU to work together and to address a number of challenges. So partners with like-minded countries are emphasized, but also with less like-minded countries, which China falls within the scope of that thinking. Very similar way, in fact, is we see the EU's thinking also the way Japan has gradually transitioned from more exclusive to inclusive perspective, in the sense that understanding that China should not be excluded, but that there's some sort of modus vivendi and way of cooperation with China should be found. This has been an important change in Japanese thinking. EU security engagement, generally, the EU has really focused very much, of course, our largest trading partners, obviously China, and other important trading partners in the Asia-Pacific. So for us, in the security area, safe, stable sea lanes of communication is absolutely critical. The EU's policy has traditionally focused on soft security cooperation or non-traditional security. The EU has relied on instruments of soft power, promotion of regional integration. The EU has 5 strategic partnerships in the region with Japan, with China, South Korea, India, and ASEAN. It has 4 free trade agreements with South Korea, Japan, Singapore, and Vietnam recently. Partnership of connectivity with Japan, that's the first important partnership signed in 2019. The EU has been engaged in capacity building and various joint anti-piracy operations with partners. Okay. What about the EU's Indo-Pacific strategy? In fact, I have just written a policy brief on that, and I did not find really a lot of new elements. In fact, many of the things that are pointed out in the Indo-Pacific strategy are really what we know, that the economic drivers are the most important, environmental climate change. There are concerns about the geopolitical changes, power balance, situation in the South China Sea, for example, is pointed out, and concerns about the defense of, for example, human rights, ideational factors. So that's clearly pointed out, or the state of democracies in Asia. Now, the leitmotif of the Indo-Pacific strategy is partnerships and cooperation. And again, going back to my previous point, that China is one of the many other partners with which the EU is intending to work in the Indo-Pacific on non-traditional security, in particular issues, as well as non-security, for example, tackling pandemics, ensuring supply of vaccines and personal protective equipment to deal with, with infectious diseases. You see 7 priority areas on the slide. Nothing surprising. These are all areas in which the EU has expertise, have been working with partners. So my take from that Indo-Pacific strategy is really the emphasis on inclusivity, on practical issue-based cooperation with a diverse number of partners. And it seems to streamline the existing policies and send a political signal that the EU wants to take really seriously its thinking and engagement in the Indo-Pacific. What about relations with Japan? Japan does remain, in my view, the strongest security partner for the EU in the Indo-Pacific. They share values and norms, their extensive trade ties, their signed economic partnership agreement and strategic partnership agreement in 2018, their extensive cooperation in soft security area since the 1990s. So we already have 3 3 decades of extensive security cooperation. But at the same time, based on another aspect of my research, which I have conducted over the past years, the EU and Japan seem not to be really recognized as important players, or rather I would say their cooperation does not seem to be still that significant as probably policymakers would have liked or wished to see. And I have conducted research, and we have come to the conclusion with a colleague of mine that we have really clearly different levels of threat perceptions between the European Union and Japan, which really stand in the way of making this cooperation more significant and stand in the way of really deepening EU-Japan relations in the security area. For example, 3 areas really stand. One is concerning China. There is important divergence because China is high on the list of security threats for Japan, but still remains low for the EU despite the change in discourse in 2019. The DPRK is the same. North Korea high, low for the EU. For the EU, it's more a non-proliferation issue. First, for Japan, the North Korean issue is a matter of clear and present danger. If you look at Russia and Iran, same differences. High for the EU, low for Japan. And concerning the US commitment, I think Japan seems to be much more anxious and concerned about possible abandonment by the United States as a result of the changing power shift in the Indo-Pacific. How is Japan responding to the uncertainties that it's dealing? In fact, concerns about the Sino-US rivalry, uncertainties about US commitments, the changing power relations. Well, Japan has been very active in promoting Indo-Pacific alignments. And these are essentially security partnerships which are not based on treaties, which are not based on mutual defense cooperation.
1 minute.
Okay. These are with like-minded partners, Australia, India, also European players, France and the UK, focused on various aspects in the security and defense areas, as you see on the slide, as well as on infrastructure and connectivity. Interestingly, this Japan's inclusive vision to the Indo-Pacific essentially very much goes in line with these Indo-Pacific alignments that Japan wants to cooperate with as many players as possible. But it does not necessarily mean that Japan's Indo-Pacific vision should be not compatible with the Belt and Road Initiative. This was just for your information. You can find it online. And the final slide, in order to conclude, I see I'm 14 minutes already speaking. Okay, I have 1 more minute. Japan's strategic dilemma. Japan is dealing with 2 essentially dilemmas. One is uncertainty about the US security commitments, and the other one, uncertainty about China's strategic intentions. In both cases, Japan fears overdependence, whether in security or in economic area. And the Indo-Pacific essentially is a representation, in my view, of Japan's approach towards diversifying away from security over-reliance on the United States and from economic over-reliance on China. And I see I'm almost 15 minutes, so exactly almost time is up for me. Thank you so much for your attention.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I have always admired your, just on time, perfect presentations. It's very fascinating to listen to Japanese or European specialists talking about FOIP and underlining this concept of inclusiveness, which is not that, I would say, common, this type of narrative and emphasis in the United States. We will return to it during our discussion. And now I would like to give the floor to Dr. Zalewski. Krzysztof, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you hear me well. I would like to thank you very much for your invitation and a very kind introduction. Please let me express how happy I am to discuss the most pressing global challenges with the renowned academics and analysts invited by the wonderful organizational team from Poznań. Congratulations on this conference. It is a very timely debate on Europe's place in the rapidly changing global international environment. If I were to choose only 2 words to describe the current state of international relations, they would be ambiguity and complexity. And ambiguity because many international actors seem not to have decided which path to choose, as the security concerns and economic concerns may suggest taking another path in the Sino-Chinese competition. Here I borrow the useful term from Professor Halizak, his intervention yesterday, because I think it describes best the current situation. It is not a conflict, it is not a war, it's still competition. And complexity means that international actors need to play not only on one bidimensional chessboard, but on many at the same time, depending on the issue: technology, climate, economy, connectivity, security. All these issues need different set of tools and different coalitions to achieve one's goal. I'm stating this in order to say that specific points I'm going to make may be wrong, because in this rapidly changing and complex environment, international actors are still looking for arrangements which would suit their various interests best. And we have seen many new initiatives as listed in the previous wonderful presentation by Professor Guralczyk. So we see many initiatives in this period of tectonic changes, the strategic shift, but we still don't know for sure which of them are likely to stay for longer and remain prominent. My presentation focuses on the Quad, which is the quadrilateral security dialogue and its role in the broader security infrastructure. The somehow mysterious format of consultation between Australia, India, Japan, and the US is very often misunderstood in the international debate, and for good reasons. Let me structure my short intervention by answering the four simple questions. What the Quad is not and why. Second, what the Quad really is in the changing situation in Asia. 3, what the Quad role can be in the future. And 4, what is Europe's potential role with the arrangement of this kind. So first, what the Quad is not and why. I will start answering the question by providing a short context as I see it. The idea of Quad materialized in the for the very short period of time in the first decade of the 21st century, and then became dormant for nearly a decade. Not the least because of Australian considerations about Quad implications from Canberra's economic relations with China, as it was mentioned by previous speakers. But it proved not to be an ephemera, a mayfly. Quad was revived only a few years ago, mainly by the United States. Representatives of the 4 countries met several times on different level of representation, discussing various topics. There was so far no regularity established, no proper institutional framework. You can term it flexibility, but you can claim it is lack of focus as well. In this format, the 4 powers of various size wanted to uphold the status quo based currently on the liberal international principles, roughly speaking, the liberal international order phrased as free and open Indo-Pacific, and the previous speakers also talked about this, so I will not repeat. I would, however, would like to stress that it's a very maritime-based concept, and we tend to overlook this in Europe. The security dialogue has always had an important maritime dimension around countering piracy, common rescue operation in view of natural catastrophes, and ensuring freedom of navigation. This maritime dimension is symbolized best by yearly Malabar exercises. Quad was implicitly rather than explicitly directed against the power which was changing the status quo, meaning, of course, China. It seems the last American administration wanted the Quad to become a much closer format of cooperation, even an alliance, but it didn't work out. On various occasions, American partners showed some degree of frustration over something they perceived as underperformance, especially from the Indian side. So the Quad is not an alliance, not, at least not yet, and it is very unlikely to become a proper alliance in the near future. There are many reasons for this, and I can we'll be very happy to come back to this point in the discussion round. I think we should name one of them, the tradition and the strategic cultures, mainly in India. India has the tradition and ambition of autonomous role in the international scene, defined beautifully yesterday by Professor Zajączkowski as positive liberty. And I see no indication that they will change this culture or this way of thinking. So if Quad is not a dayfly or not an alliance, what the Quad really is in the changing situation in Asia. The quadrilateral security dialogue remains what it was from the onset, a dialogue. This dialogue leads to a better understanding of other countries' actions and intentions and should not be underestimated. This communication is really very important. Last year witnessed two important processes. However, for the United States, because of lack of perspective about delivering significant security response to China by all four members, the hard security would be more likely reserved for much closer partners and long-term allies in the form of AUKUS, as it was described by Professor Guralczyk. They share very high degree of trust and tradition of cooperation. The second change was, of course, pandemics. It led to a much broader understanding of security. Disease control, vaccinations, medical equipment, climate change, supply chains, technology, all become a profound part of security concerns. I quote here, "Our partnership on COVID-19 response and relief marks an historic new focus for the Quad." It reads from the statement of the leaders from September 2021. And the Quad, with two meetings of the leaders this year, one online, one on-site, has so far proven to be an attractive tool in addressing mainly non-military security challenges. Now I am coming to my third question. What the Quad can be in the future? In my understanding, this focus on broader security concerns, away from typical considerations among allies, will shape the future of the Quad. It will remain a dialogue rather than organization. It will call an ad hoc bodies, as for example, Quad vaccine experts group. So in my understanding, it will become an enhanced consultation mechanism on various levels of administrations. One can predict a growing interoperability in certain domains as anti-terrorism, anti-piracy, and broader maritime security. But it will not be a classical alliance with mutual reassurance. Depending on the internal politics of the four countries, and I would like to stress the importance of internal politics in these countries, we may experience over time various degrees of interest and trust in this arrangement among all four countries. It was in the past. And I'm now coming to the fourth question. What is Europe's potential role with the arrangement of this kind? Both Quad participants and the EU acknowledge each other's role in the region, termed now Indo-Pacific, in the strategic terms. The Quad is mentioned in the EU strategy. The EU would also be interested in engaging with the Quad on issues of common interest, such as climate change, technology, and vaccines, reads the strategy. In the joint statement, after the last Quad leaders meeting, the EU was mentioned as well. And I quote, "We also welcome the September 2021 EU strategy for cooperation in the Indo-Pacific," it reads. The change of focus of the Quad to the, let's say, soft, but very important security fields may be a welcomed development for the Europeans, because in these domains, the EU has much more to offer, as Jelena said in her intervention. I claim It's important for the EU that Europeans remain engaged in various cooperation formats in the region, including the Quad. It will be wise if some EU member states or even institutions join Quad initiatives on some level. For example, Quad Vaccine Expert Group. The goals are aligned: vaccinations, climate change resilience, and so on. A cooperation with the Quad countries in the global gateway framework seems to be natural as well. But we should be realistic about limits of the Quad, which is an important phenomenon, but it's likely to remain a dialogue or a rather loose consultation mechanism and not, maybe less, a cooperation mechanism. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your time discipline, much before the time. Great, we will have more time for the discussion. And now I would like to ask Professor Zajączkowski for his comments. You changed the name appearing on the screen, but I believe this is you. So Jakub, the screen is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much, Beata. Again, it is a great pleasure to take part during the second day of the conference. Yes, on the screen you could see the name of our Vice Dean for Scientific Cooperation, Professor Stavrek-Sulejewska, but I could confirm it's me, Jakub Zajączkowski. So it is great pleasure to take part again in today's panel, and as always, it is a great to hear and to listen Professor Bogdan Guralczyk. So thank you very much, Professor, for describing the situation, dynamic situation in Asia Pacific, in Indo-Pacific, and I would like fully agree with Professor that China put a stress on economic and trade instruments. So it is one of the key elements in China's strategy in Indo-Pacific. I have a question to Professor because you mentioned already. You also pointed out the cooperation between Moscow and Beijing in the frame of Shanghai Cooperation Organization. 1 or 2 years ago, it was a paper prepared by, written by John Mearsheimer in International Security, and he put assumption that in future Moscow could join United States in the context of competition with China in Asia Pacific. And my question is, taking into account your knowledge about Asia, your knowledge about China, what do you think? Can we expect such a scenario that in 5-6 years Moscow will start to cooperate with United States, with the West in the context of China, if we take into account some kind of distrust and the historical heritage tension between Beijing and Moscow. I will be very interested in this, in your opinion about this. And the second thing is about United States, because as you underline, the United States is searching for security alliances. But as Krzysztof underlined, for example, in the case of India still puts stress on strategic autonomy. it's a very sensitive issue in India, and I think I fully agree with Krzysztof that India will prefer to have some kind of loose coalition. Coalition or dialogue forum with United States, but India never will be an ally like Japan or South Korea for United States. So in this context, I will be, because I know also that you spend also some time for discussion, debate with Indian scholars, professors. You visited India. What do you think? What will be the reaction of India to United States idea and the concept, and what do you think, in which direction this cooperation could develop? And once again, thanks a lot for this great presentation. And maybe one last question, because you mentioned about a new institutional framework in Asia Pacific. And my question is in the context of security sphere. What do you think? What is the role and hub and spoke system in Asia and the Pacific? Still, traditional bilateral agreements of United States with Japan, with Korea, will be still the most important, or maybe you could expect that this new institutional framework will be more important in security field, or maybe this institutional framework which you mentioned, it will be only some kind of complementary to hub and spoke system in Asia Pacific. And great thanks for your presentation. And now thank you very much, Elena, for your presentation, and also great thanks for your comments. And I think it is a consensus among all of us that nobody is interested to put directly counterbalance as a keyword. So counterbalance or containing is something which is not accepted by India, by Japan, by Australia. The interdependence is so huge between all these countries with China, so it's very difficult to have a strategy which puts stress on counterbalance and contain. And it is my opinion, and I will be interested in what do you think. I think that the Donald Trump presidency was a huge problem for allies, for partners like India and Japan, because he wanted to put stress on bipolar structure, China, United States against China. And in this bipolar structure, the role of Japan, the role of India, the role of European Union would be very, very limited. And that's why I think the Quad could develop during the Biden administration, because Biden go beyond traditional security instruments. And referring to Professor Guralczyk, to Bogdan, I think European Union and also United States, and is it a question to you, but also to Krzysztof, understood the one thing: if we want to be a real alternative for China, we need start to give concrete proposal. And concrete proposal, it is infrastructure proposal, it is economic proposal. So all of us, Bogdan, Krzysztof, Elena, Bata, we spend a lot of time in Asia, and we know how active is China. They gave concrete proposals. So I think now the Quad will put stress on this. And my question is, what about the Japan and the European Union? Do they have a concrete proposal, infrastructure proposal for Indo-Pacific countries? And if you could give some example, some concrete case study, I will be very interested in listen what concrete proposal Japan and European Union formulate in the last few months in the context of Indo-Pacific. And one remarks about European Union strategy adopted in April and September, finally accepted in September this year. I think that not economic driver, it was the most important driver, but despite all this issue connected with China, I think I would like to not fully agree with you, because I think China has become a joint problem not only for Japan but also for European Union. And if we look at the first sentence of the strategy adopted by European Union, where European Union puts stress on geopolitical and geo-economic changes, it is something new for European Union. Usually, European Union try to omit such very clear sentence. So it is one thing, and the second thing, in this strategy, European Union, of course, they put stress on inclusiveness, but we could find the sentence that we are going especially to cooperate with countries which already accepted this idea of Indo-Pacific, and they point out United States, Korea, India, 7 or 8 countries. I don't remember now, but they don't mention about China. So I think the China factor is crucial, and the European Union understood we needed to do something. And I fully agree with you. The European Union started to see this problem 2-3 years ago, when described China not only as a partner but also as a competitor. So I think that China is a high threat not only for Japan but also has become such challenge, maybe not threat for European Union. But great thanks for your presentation. And Krzysztof, I have already put some questions to you already, and also thanks a lot for very interesting presentation, which take into account all factors and the circumstances. And I fully agree with you that from one side it is some kind of misperception of Quad among decision makers, among public opinion, and from our side, I like very much this sentence which you put, that we should not underestimate Quad. It is, I think if we take into account and if we look at the joint statement of leaders from March and from September, it is a real development of cooperation between these 4 countries, especially if we take into account this strategic culture in India. So it is, I think it is a huge development. And my question is, because you put a very interesting question, what the role could be for Quad in future? I don't know if you agree with me, but if we look at the documents adopted in September, I think India, but also United States, they would like to put a Quad in the broader context. not only to limit to Indo-Pacific, but they underline that the Quad should be a guarantee of stability, guarantee of this democratic liberal order, not only in Indo-Pacific, but also on global level. So, and it is because I know that you focus in your research on India, and my question is, maybe it is very good solution for India, because maybe India would like to escape from China threat. India is interested that not all issue will be connected only with a China factor, and maybe such a solution that the Quad will be responsible for public goods, for common goods, not only in Indo-Pacific, but we will be a leaders on the global level to guarantee common goods. It is some kind of solution. So they are not going to replace hub and spoke system. They are not going to be a military alliance, of course, but they are going to be some kind of coalition, which will be a leader, which could guarantee common goods on the global level, and it will be very transparent, in a very transparent way they will do it, comparing to China. Maybe it is some kind of idea which is among the leaders of the Quad. Once again, it was a great pleasure to listen Professor Guralczyk, to listen Professor Cornelis and Professor Zalewski. Great thanks for your presentation, and I will be very happy to listen your answer for all these questions. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Kuba, for your very insightful and provocative questions. And of course, now I feel this tension building up because the issues are so interesting. And I would like to give maybe first 2-3 minutes to each panelist to respond to these broad questions. I know that's impossible to answer in detail, but try please to be fairly brief. Bogdan, would you like to be the first?
Not easy to be brief, because our questions are very important. The first one, as put it by Kuba, is about shift of the alliances. If Russia is moving the same direction as once upon a time, we may say, Kissinger and Nixon were doing with China. To my mind, we have 3 issues here. We have the situation in China-Russia relationship, like in very famous Chinese proverb. They say they sleep in the same bed, but have different dreams. Point number 2, the question is for how long Russia want to be a younger brother of the big brother, because we have a power shift. To my mind, during the Vladimir Putin's term, which is will be forever, as we know, during that term, this kind of shift is impossible. But in the longer time, the question will be for Russia, for how long we want to be just a supplicant and younger brother, and maybe deliver of raw materials to quickly growing China. So in the longer time, I can imagine, in the short term, the Ukraine, Crimea, Donbass, which are on the top of the agenda, absolutely excluding it. So let's wait. Second question put by Kuba, it was about Quad. Well, You are right, Professor Zajączkowski, that this is a loose coalition. Distance is important. And I mentioned even during my presentation the statement by Hugh White that he doesn't believe it will be a kind of a NATO in the Indo-Pacific. And crucial point here is India. And I'm absolutely well prepared because, as you see, I have my background there. So point number one, even America didn't publish this kind of book. Samir Saran, well known to Professor Zajączkowski, everyone who is observing, Pax Sinica. So India is afraid of Pax Sinica and even publishing very important scholar books on the issue. Secondly, I just wrote an article on this one, 2021, right now published, India versus China, but the most important is here, let me put this way, yes, why they are not friends. No way to get together emerging markets against the West. So there is no danger that there will be a clash between the West and the rest, as it was put it by Nigel Ferguson, Civilization, the West and the rest. No way that it will happen like this. Answering about the quote, as I mentioned, I'm well prepared. Here's the books this year published by the former Chief of Diplomacy, Foreign Minister, Shiv Shankar Menon, extremely important about India in Asia geopolitics. And he's answering obviously, yes, we are cooperating, but we will stay as a swing state. India will be strategically independent. And what was confirmed just 2 days ago, Prime Minister Modi and Vladimir Putin signed an agreement. Kalashnikovs are to be produced on the Indian subcontinent. You have the answer. And finally, the third question about bilateral or multilateral security arrangements. To my mind, here I'm also prepared. We will have a very strong bilateral relationship, or rather fight, between US and China. Here's the recent issue, the word divided, including, Professor Zajączkowski, the new article of John Mearsheimer, when he is saying this is a new Cold War, much more dangerous and demanding than any time there was a Cold War between US and USSR. And he is not excluding a hot war between the two major competitors. In this respect, I would say between China and US, there will be a bilateral relationship and Thucydides trap, because you have Taiwan issue on the top of the agenda and South China Sea, while simultaneously both sides, both China and US, will try to prepare some kind of multilateral solution. Everyone is searching new alignments, and America in this respect is much, much more stronger. America can easier find some partners, which is for China a problem. Right now, it's only Russia and constant factor, of course, Pakistan, but it is not enough. So shortly and briefly, with well preparation of many books, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much for your great answer. And
Yes.
Well, this is only my background. I'm in a library. I'm just a librarian. I am submitting just the new titles.
Thank you very much. Now we are sure this is not a photograph behind you. Fantastic. Thank you. And this is really interesting, but because of the time limit, now I would like to give the floor to Elena. You have your, of course, around 3 minutes, please.
Okay, I understand. What fantastic discussion. I could have stayed here for hours actually to continue discussing. Absolute wonderful remarks. Thank you so much to our lovely discussant. Very provocative, very to the point. It's kind of really, making us think and even doubt our own thinking or our own convictions, I would say, something that we may have been believed in that now is kind of, we're asking ourselves, is that so? Briefly, a number of important points that were raised. I'm happy that we converge on the perspective that no country wishes to contain China. I'm happy that we agree on that. But of course, we should not forget that behind official rhetoric, right, that inclusivity and everything, China security threat is not so much really hidden. So behind the narratives that, of course, have been, we've seen shifts in different countries and approaches, there is serious concern about where is China's going? What does China seek to achieve? How will China achieve that? So what we will see, all these coalitions that we have been seeing, strengthening of US-led alliances, proliferation of various mini multilateral groupings, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players, all that is a response of the changing regional and global environment, where we clearly see that China is not only in economic terms have become in Asia a leader from Japan's perspective, undermining Japan's own role as what used to be Japan as a driver of Asia's economic dynamism, but China is a diplomatic challenger, China is a security challenger. So it's really a complex challenger. And so countries are trying to find ways by building all these networks to try to find this soft spot between, on the one hand, they don't want to contain China, it's really impossible, but on the other hand, they don't want to acquiesce to China. So they want to find a middle way between these two objectives, which is really not easy. And concerning Donald Trump, I absolutely agree with our discussion points that it really raised a lot of issues for Japan. And in fact, one of the concerns that I mentioned at the end of my presentation, the fear of abandonment associated with the alliance security dilemma, which alliances are traditionally facing. This was actually not something that appeared only under Trump. In the Japan's case, it started already under Obama. Despite the pivot, Japan was already thinking, until when will the Americans stay there? Because they have their own interest with China. And so during Trump, this became even more pronounced. What if Trump succeeds in having some sort of a deal with China? Will they sell out our own interests? That's how the Japanese scholars I interviewed at the time informally were telling me. Of course, we have the alliance, but can you rely? Is it a rock solid commitment? Will the Americans fight a war for the Senkakus? Well, and that's a big question mark. Now, on the other hand, the positive side was that despite all the changes under the Trump administration, one continuity, I think, in US policy was the reliance on alliances. Despite all the talk of the Trump administration, the alliances were reinforced, and it was made clear that the United States is strong because it has all those many partners and non-allied partnerships, something that China does not have. A main difference that has been also pointed out by previous speakers. So on the one hand, yes, Japan became really concerned on that, about that Sino-US 101 or bilateral, bipolar kind of emergency structure. On the other hand, Japan realized that the United States needs its alliances in order to be able to constrain China. And this is, I think, some sort of continuity that we also see on the Biden administration. Definitely alliances are the biggest asset of the United States, and Japan remains one of the most important allies. The other questions, very briefly, if I totally agree with your point, yes, if we want to be Europeans, if we want to be an alternative somehow to China, we need to offer a deal. We need to come up and offer something. I'm not optimistic, unfortunately, and I'm not really that optimistic about the EU's Indo-Pacific strategy, because so far the EU has issued many documents, statements. There have been done many promises, commitments, how the EU will play a security role. But in the Asia-Pacific or Indo-Pacific, they're not waiting for us, right? They're just not waiting for us. The EU is perceived as an economic power, but not as a geopolitical or security player. However, the EU is certainly seen as important in the area of all those infrastructural connectivity initiatives, promoting trade integration. This is where the EU's powers is. And I think that while the Asia-Pacific is not waiting for us, the fact that the EU is issuing that strategy is signaling that the EU, in my view, wants to concentrate on the strength, double down on the strength, while recognizing its own limitations, what the EU cannot deliver and what the EU can deliver. And I very much hope so. Now we come to the next point about EU's cooperation with Japan, and generally, I would say EU's ability to deliver. Does the Indo-Pacific matter to the European Union? I think, yes, I see that it will have to end soon. There's differences between the narrative that we see in Western Europe, in particular Brussels, the role of decision makers, the rhetoric, and really how much the region matter. Look at Central Eastern European countries. I come from Eastern Europe. I participated in a number of webinars over the past weeks on the Balkans as well. And people simply don't care. What they care is if they get some sort of bargain with China, because there's need for infrastructure, and what deal China will offer. How can we mobilize European populations, also other European leaders from other Central European countries behind the grand strategy of the Indo-Pacific? Because only that way can the EU really matter. If we really get that mobilization, in my view, that really remains very difficult.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Elena, for your answers. Thank you very much.
Yes, fantastic. I can feel, despite that it's online, I can feel the heat of this discussion. I cannot even imagine what it would like if we were in person here. Great, really fantastic answers. And Krzysztof, now you have your chance to answer the questions.
So thank you very much for these questions, Professor Zajączkowski, and to the answers I heard from Professor Guralczyk and Professor Cornelis. There was very important points made. I will not repeat them. I would like to be a little bit more optimistic about the role of the EU, and especially because, and I would connect these two questions, first about the role of the EU, and second about the, let's say, non-traditional security fields the Quad is, let's say, driving to. So it's, first of all, I think I'm optimistic about the strategy because it's the first time we have, let's say, a more global view on Asia. It's not only about one country, it's not about one field, it's quite comprehensive. Of course, the proof is in the pudding. The elements were there, but I think we have now quite a new puzzle. And the good thing is that we communicate this strategy very actively with our partners in Asia. So there was a webinar, for example, with every single Asian country prior to this Indo-Pacific strategy. So there was a consultation mechanism. There was the adoption time, and there was also the consultation of this mechanism after the strategy was adopted. So from the communication-wise, it's done much better than the previous documents which were produced. Secondly, I think with the prominence of climate change and climate change resilience, Quad and also generally the countries in Asia can see the growing role of the EU and EU countries. Let's say, for example, the Global International Solar Alliance initiative launched by the EU, by India, has a strong support by Europe. And I think in the, let's say, climate resilience issues, climate change, environment protection, the EU is and will be an important partner. So my argument more broadly is that, our understanding of security is drifting to the areas where the EU was traditionally a very strong player. Let me just state that, a few days back, I had also a webinar with colleagues from America. And they said for the very first time, the Pentagon is making a climate risk assessment in the very hard security terms. So my broader point is our understanding of security in the times of pandemics changes. It's going to the direction of, let's say, where the EU had more to say. And it's also very important, as Professor Zajączkowski said, that the Quad and Europe can also do something together, not only in Asia and in the Pacific, but more broadly in the global South. And I'm here quite optimistic because, you know, there is in no way a competition. The investment needs are much greater than our financial means. So I think this kind of cooperation is very much timely, very much needed, and also gives, let's say, the players the possibility to also cooperate in the very important fields for human security.
Thank you very much, Krzysztof. Thank you very much for your answers.
Great, thank you. We have a few minutes left, and I would really like to give a chance to a brave participant who raised his hand. Mr. Michał Stefanowski, would you like to ask the question?
Yes, actually, I have an open question because I would like to take advantage of the fact that there are so many specialists here. But maybe I will ask Professor Guralczyk, because I want to know what will happen next with Pakistan, because its place in Pakistani seems to be firmly established on the Chinese side, even though the Americans at the end of the 20th century made every effort to ensure that Pakistan was a major non-NATO ally. And is Pakistan already a country of missed opportunities for the West? And is it already doomed to the Chinese influence? Because it's very unfair to let go out of such an important strategic country that has a nuclear arsenal and one of the largest armies in the world.
Thank you. Wow. Bogdan, 2 minutes for this.
I will be brief, but tough, very strong and blunt. Point number one, China has the only real friend, according to the public opinion polls in Asia, and this is Pakistan. This is important issue for the future. Point number two, we have many disturbances, many problems. However, Gwadar is still there, which is a harbor, a port, extremely important for the Chinese maritime Silk Road. So China will not give up, Pakistan will not give up, and we will move forward. And point number three and final, however, after the Afghanistan, we have a new situation, the role of Pakistan was diminished, while the role of Iran is growing. It was Iran which was asked during the last Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit to be a deliverer and someone who will be preparing new arrangements on the Afghanistan territory, if it is, by the way, possible. Not Pakistan, due to the fact that Pakistan has too many fundamentalists. So it is a mixture, but to my mind, looking from the Chinese perspective, but also American one or NATO, Pakistan-China relationship is still stable and it will remain like that. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. It almost breaks my heart that we have to finish this fascinating discussion. We have to definitely continue, preferably in person. Bogdan, Elena, and Krzysztof, please feel, and of course Jakub, please feel invited to Poznań for the continuation. Before we close, I would like to ask you to switch on your cameras for the photograph. It's always nice then to look back at those moments, and if it's possible, it's of course not obligatory. I will take a print screen. So on three. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much. It was I think by any means, a really lively, interesting, thought-provoking discussion, and I really hope to continue. Many thanks to all the panelists for your very insightful comments, and see you soon.
See you soon. See you soon.
Excuse me, do you hear me?
Yes, here we some technical problem. Just a minute, okay?
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, let's restart. Welcome to the part of the conference Beyond Europe, entitled International Challenges for the Post-Soviet Region. My name is Jarosław Każdaś, and I will have the pleasure be a chair during this panel. International relations in the post-Soviet area, in the post-Soviet region, are extremely interesting topic. So I think today we will witness many interesting features and discussions. At the beginning, I would like to mention a few organizational information, a few organizational things. organizational things. I'm pleased to welcome the speakers at this panel and the other people who will take part in it. At the beginning, I would like to say about few information about the organization information. I suggest that the speaker should have 15-20 minutes to present their presentation. And then after the speech, I will ask the participants to comment and ask any questions. I will try to watch over it that the speaker should not speak for more than 15-20 minutes. I ask the participants to mute the microphone and turn them when they want to speak. I would also like to mention that we will make a small change to the panel program. Dr. Ludwika Włodek will have to leave us at the end of the panel, so we will start with her speech. I hope the other speakers have nothing against this change in this panel agenda. So I invite the Ludwika Włodek to present her topic.
Hello, thank you for having me here. I'm really pleased that I have the honor to participate in this conference, and I'm sorry for all the inconveniences connected to my early leaving this panel. But the topic I would like to talk about is how the Taliban rise to power in Afghanistan changed the situation in the whole region. I mean, the Central Asian region. First of all, of course, it was important for the whole world, and for a very short moment, this periphery, because of course Afghanistan is a kind of periphery, focused the imagination and the concern of the whole world. But for the region, Taliban are there to stay, and the whole region has to deal with this new Afghanistan ruled by the former terrorist group, and everything what has happened during those 20 years is now changed, and the American withdrawal from the region is also a big change. As far as the attitude of the Afghan neighbors is concerned, it is very diverse. Generally, the countries may be divided into two groups. If we take the closest neighbors of Afghanistan, the approach of Tajikistan is much different than the approach of Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan. I will maybe start from Tajikistan, because this is quite special. Tajikistan and its president Emomali Rahmon. This is the only regional leader who never met with the Taliban authorities, and nor him, neither his employees. And he became one of the most vivid critics of the Taliban regime, which is even, from one point of view, it is of course understandable, because his relationship with President Ghani was certainly best in the region, and because of this ethnic, let's say, Tajiks are the biggest after the Pashtuns ethnic group in Afghanistan, and Rahmon has always, let's say, considers this Tajik part of the Afghan population as natural friends and natural partners of Tajikistan. And I believe that taking this role of a harsh Taliban critic, Rahmon wanted somehow to build his internal strength in his country, because for him it was quite obvious that his society sympathizes with the Tajik part of the Afghan society, and this very close relationship between Tajiks from both sides of Pianch River or Amu Darya River, let's say, it's a long tradition. We have to say that in Perestroika time, during the Soviet Union, the first independent political organizations in Tajikistan, like Rastohez, like Islamic Party, they had in the agenda close relations with Afghanistan, and this common cultural background was very obvious for the Tajik society. And this very person of Ahmad Shah Massoud, which became national hero for Tajikistan, he got his portrait was in many offices in Tajikistan. One could buy plates with his face in the bazaars of Tajikistan, and even he was supporting the opposition side during the civil war with Tajikistan. After the civil war, he became national hero for all Tajiks, those from the government side and those from the opposition. So in August 2021, Rahmon was very critical toward the Taliban. He was preparing the whole country, I mean, preparing ideologically, not physically, to accept refugees from Afghanistan. He and his employees said that he may even accept up to 100,000 people from the border. And his attitude was definitely different from that of the Uzbek authorities, because Uzbeks, they were much more reluctant toward accepting Afghan refugees on their territories. Tajikistan finally accepted some 15,000, which is much less than 100, but still much more than on the Uzbek side. He, of course, accepted all those Tajik Afghan politicians like Saleh, like Massoud Jr., and all the others, although it has done it unofficially. And to my opinion, this very anti-Taliban attitude was, first of all, its aim was to get some popularity within his country and in the region and among the international public opinion. For example, Rahmon was criticizing the Taliban government. He was appealing for an inclusive government, although his own government has nothing to do with inclusivity. And it's a purely Rahmon's clan's government. It's not inclusive in political terms, in regional terms. And to me, this very anti-Taliban attitude is mostly connected to economics. Tajikistan simply has nothing to sell to Afghanistan, has no roads which lead to Afghanistan, has no infrastructure which could be used in the international trade with Afghanistan. Of course, they had big plans. For example, if we take this Rogun power plant, which is still under construction, if it is finished, Tajikistan will be able to export energy to Afghanistan. But the power plant is not finished and won't be finished very, very soon, because they still miss some, I think, $1.5 billion to finish this construction. And so far, the export and import between Tajikistan and Afghanistan is very, very small. And the only goods they sell to each other are fruits, vegetables, tobacco, oil, nothing that those countries cannot buy from someone else. Of course, nowadays, Tajik territory is used to distribute humanitarian aid to the Badakhshan region. But its scale is very limited. Even this refugees problem has changed, because I believe that Tajik government thought that probably after they declared that they can accept refugees, they can have refugees in their territory, they will be given international help. And it has not come. And after that, with some disappointment, they were saying, oh, no one wanted to help us. That is why we stopped accepting people on our territory. And even during the last few weeks, they were even sending people back to this terrible regime that they so harshly criticize. So it is, there is something like deeply hypocritic in this stance of the Tajik government. The attitude of the other two neighbors is much, much different. Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan both have serious economic interests within Afghanistan. And that is why they meet with the Afghan authorities, Afghan Taliban authorities. This is why they appeal to the international community for the Afghan resources to be unblocked. And of course, it is connected to this strategic location of Afghanistan. Maybe let's start from Uzbekistan, because Uzbekistan has the shortest border from all those three northern neighbors of Afghanistan. The border has only 160 kilometers, although this is a very well, there is a good interest in there is like big town of Termez on the Uzbek side, in Mazar-e-Sharif on the Afghan side, which is the capital of the Balkh region. And there is this bridge constructed under Soviet times, and there is even a train going from Termez to Mazar-e-Sharif. And in 2016, this huge Termez cargo center was built, which is an enormous construction, used not only by Uzbeks, but also by Chinese and by Kazakh exporters. For example, all the Kazakh wheat which goes to Afghanistan goes via this particular road. And Uzbeks, they want to continue trade with Afghanistan. They sell goods to Afghanistan. They sell energy. Last year they signed an agreement with the Pakistani government. They want to construct the railway until Peshawar on the Pakistani side. So the railway will connect Termez, Mazar-e-Sharif, Kabul, and Peshawar. And they want to sell energy. So far, Afghanistan has to buy 70% of its energy, and Uzbekistan supplies more than 50% of that. And of course, Uzbekistan wants the Taliban government to be able to pay for what it buys. And that's how I understand those appeals, or President Shavkat Mirziyoyev and all the other Uzbek officials, that the Taliban government cannot be isolated, that the international community has to talk to the government. the vice prime minister of Uzbekistan went to Afghanistan in October. The Taliban revisited Uzbekistan 2 weeks later. Of course, Uzbeks, they have also other issues with Afghanistan, not only economy. We have to remember the Islamic movement of Uzbekistan, which was located in Afghanistan during the first rule of the Taliban regime. And we have to remember that there are also 10% of ethnic Uzbeks in Afghanistan. But in this case, I think economy is a priority, and they need each other. I mean, the Taliban regime needs Uzbeks to continue to provide them with electricity, with food. The Termes Cargo Center is also used to distribute humanitarian aid. Nowadays, it's used by the UN, by the UN units to distribute just food, flour, oil, and things like that to Afghanistan. But of course, Uzbeks want more. They want more. They want to use this center to, you know, for trucks traveling to Afghanistan, and for trains carrying different goods. And Uzbekistan, who invested so much and who made a huge effort to construct this railway toward Mazar-e-Sharif, who is very much interested in boosting its trade with Afghanistan, will of course continue this kind of policy, and will encourage another world leaders to not to isolate the Taliban regime, to continue making business with the regime. Turkmenistan, same. Turkmenistan, and even though Uzbekistan on its own territory fights with Islamic fundamentalism, it is so friendly, let's say, has such a friendly relationship with the Taliban. The deal is that the Taliban won't let all those fundamentalists of Uzbek origin to Uzbekistan. They will somehow try to curb the local Uzbek fundamentalists not to intervene in Uzbekistan. So in the same time, they have two aims in the same time. So they have this very friendly economic relations, and in the same time, Taliban, who promised to somehow control the local fundamentalists in order not to intervene in Uzbekistan. Turkmenistan's story is pretty much the same. Turkmenistan in the late 90s, although they've never officially, they've never recognized Afghanistan, Taliban as the Islamic Emirate officially, they had talks with the Taliban, and nowadays the situation is the same. Turkmenistan is very much interested in this pipe TAPI to be constructed, and probably the change of the government in Afghanistan is a chance that finally this can be achieved, because finally the war is over. And although Taliban they have some security problems with the Islamic State of Khorasan and other small groupings, generally the situation in the whole territory is much more peaceful than it was during the American friendly government reign. And of course, the pipeline is not it's not the only one. It's not the only one interest Turkmenistan has in Afghanistan. Another thing is continuing to build the railways, this lapis lazuli track, as we call it. Even among the achievements, Turkmenistan wanted to construct to celebrate its 30th birthday was the railway toward Andhoy, which is located in Faryab province in Afghanistan. And it was it's not finished yet, although Turkmens have already celebrated this this track to be open. The interesting thing is that they resumed the constructions 15 days after the collapse of the Ghani government. On the August the 3rd, I think the last day of August, they already declared that they will, let's say, continue this. That they will continue this project, and it is about to be finished probably in few months. And of course, Turkmens, they are this country which is, let's say, they have this policy of non-alignment, and this is how they somehow explain why they can easily negotiate with the Taliban. And it makes and they desperately need to diversify their gas export, because as they were so much dependent on Russia in the 90s, then they became so much dependent on China after the pipeline to China was started. So finishing this project and finally selling Turkmen gas to the south via Pakistani port, it's really like an extremely important project for Turkmenistan, which has its own economic problems, which has this very severe crisis connected also to the pandemic, which officially is non-existent on the Turkmen territory. So finally, if we take the close neighbors, only Tajikistan is anti-Taliban, and to my opinion, this is like purely connected to economics. If Tajiks had something to sell to Afghanistan, their attitude would be totally different. So far, maybe that's enough. I will stop here, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your interesting speech. Now I'm giving the floor to the other participants. Any comments, any questions for the speaker?
Could I ask a couple of questions? Thank you very much for your presentation. It was really interesting. You mentioned, well, you know, when Talibs came to power for the second time, they promoted the vision that they have changed, and it will be now the degradation to the 90s than it was a fierce, this traditional regime of Taliban. But the question is actually if there is some possibility of this export of Islamic fundamentalism to the Central Asian countries, what prognosis or what scenario could be? For me, it's rather interesting case of Tajikistan due to the fact that Tajikistan is the member of Collective Security Treaty Organization. And if somehow there is a intrusion of a Taliban to the Tajik territory, in some ways, could it be possible actually some kind of military operation of this organization against Taliban? This is the first question. And the second one, you mentioned the Chinese, the Kazakhs in this region. And my question is rather general one. All we know that if we take about Chinese and especially Kazakhs in this region, it's connected with Belt and Road Initiative.
Mm-hmm.
What is your vision of development of Belt and Road Initiative in this region, especially in Afghanistan, after the return to power of Talibs?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so shall I answer right now, or shall we collect all the questions?
Right now.
Okay. So let's first start maybe with this export of Islamic fundamentalism. So me personally, of course, I don't think Taliban has changed. These are the same people, and Afghanistan has changed, and the world has changed, and that's why they operate in different, let's say, environment, and that is why they say different things. And I don't think they will let the fundamentalists to be exported to other countries, because for them it's just not good. I mean, they don't want it because it would ruin their relations with Uzbekistan, with China, and with other countries. And Taliban can survive only if they get like normal trade, if they get electricity from Uzbekistan, if they have those, let's say, very basic level of goods coming to Afghanistan. So if they let someone interfere into other countries, it's going to be spoiled. They will never survive. So that, of course, we have to ask if the Uyghurs, if the Uzbek fundamentalists from the Islamic movement of Uzbekistan, if they are really dependent on the Taliban, because this is the question. Yes, Taliban is not the only fundamentalistic organizations based in Afghanistan. We have also the Islamic State, and Taliban itself, it's a very diverse group. And if you have the Haqqani network, you have the old guards like Mullah Barodar and his milieu. But only if they can control, they would do everything not to let those fundamentalists to arrive to Central Asian countries, because this is the sine qua non of being, let's say, treated as partners by Uzbeks and by Chinese. And as they desperately need this cooperation, they will do everything to fulfill this, let's say, condition. This is how I can see that. And even the fact that they have sent those troops to the border with Tajikistan. Of course, Tajikistan perceives it as a threat to itself. But on the other hand, it's a good sign somehow, because it shows that Taliban really wants to control this frontier line. And probably, of course, it's not only Tajikistan. For example, coming back to your question about this military alignment, yes, Tajikistan is not only part of the alliance with Russia, but it has also a Chinese military base on its territory. It's a secret base located in Pamir. And nowadays it became really strong. There are new Chinese soldiers deployed in the region, and China is playing like a very smart game, as always, yes, because on one hand it collaborates with the Taliban, it appeals to the international community to somehow give this credit of trust to the new government, but on the other side, it somehow tries to control what happens in the region. And this Chinese military base is one of, it's a proof that it is very, let's say, it is very, how to say, that it does everything with caution. This is how I would explain it. And coming back to the Chinese initiative of Belt and Road, of course, it's a good sign because, you know, China is investing really big money in Pakistan. Now it has become the most serious foreign partner of the Afghan Taliban regime. It is present in every country of Central Asia. So yes, you know, ideologically, China tries to sell this project as a project which everybody takes benefits, but actually China takes most benefits from this project. And of course, it will use Afghanistan to develop it even further. So this is how I see that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Another question from Dr. Szymon Kardaś.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ludwika, for an excellent presentation and the overview of the situation in Central Asia and their approach towards Afghanistan. My quick question refers to Russian factor, and I would like to hear your views how the situation in Afghanistan and what happened in August 2021, what kind of impact it might have on Russia's presence in Central Asia in terms of the security sector and military cooperation between Russia and Central Asian countries. Thank you.
I think that of course, Russia is already present, yes. And I think that those countries like Tajikistan will somehow try to rely on both countries, China and Russia. And it makes the situation easier for Russia, I guess, because having this very friendly having this friendly Ghani regime in Afghanistan, countries like Tajikistan, for example, could become more, of course, they are heavily dependent on Russia, and every country in the region, maybe except Turkmenistan, is dependent on Russia because of the infrastructure, because of the investment, and because, of course, of migrants who just, you know, if Russia just makes all the migrants back, yes, to Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan, their economy would collapse. Russian economy as well, but it's another factor. So I think it will somehow strengthen Russian presence in the region because those countries, they just need serious partners, the Chinese one and the Russian one as well, to somehow play this check and balance game in the region, to my opinion, yes. And of course, as you can see, Russia was, of course, critical toward the American presence in Afghanistan. And for example, all this gossip about Ghani, that he escaped with those huge, let's say, bags of money. The source of this gossip was Russian embassy in Kabul. And of course, they did everything to denigrate this former government. But on the other hand, they are not so quick to recognize the Taliban regime. Yes, nobody did it, even Pakistan, and Russia is also very, very like playing this very cautious game with the region.
Yeah, Taliban in Russia is officially prohibited as an organization.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for your interesting speech and very interesting discussions. So I invite another speaker, Professor Andrzej Kiniakin, to present his topic.
Thank you very much. Could I put my presentation to share the screen? And I must say that my presentation is a rather lengthy one. That's why I'm going to skip some some parts in order to be in line with the time. Do you see my presentation?
Yes.
Yes,
Oh.
yes, we see.
Yeah, thank you so much. So my topic is actually the interaction between the European Union and Russia within so-called contested neighborhood region, and the usage of different integration strategies and the tools of integration within this, let us say, region. That's why the topic of my presentation is called, well, the first words, European versus Eurasian. So first about the, let us say, theoretical framework and the basic notion. What is actually a contested neighborhood? Contested neighborhood at the moment is perceived as 6 countries which are the members of European Partnership, Eastern Partnership program of the European Union. But if we take a more close look, this is actually 3 or 4 countries which border both Russia and the European Union. More specifically, well, contested neighborhood, this is such countries like Ukraine, Republic of Moldova, and Belarus. Concerning the latter one, this is an open question due to the fact that officially Belarus quit the Eastern Partnership program this year. That's why actually the open question is how it goes further. But if we take the processes within Belarus and within the whole region of post-Soviet space, so-called, well, Belarus is probably one of the most interesting case to watch, actually, how it goes further, due to the fact that there is new findings, I would say, concerning not only the use of migrants by the Belarus regime, but it also very interesting situation concerning the economy of Belarus, how it goes further. If, for instance, there is no assistance from Russia within such integration structures like Eurasian Economic Union or within the common state between Russia and Belarus. Concerning the factors or premises for emergence of this contested neighborhood, I would stress only probably 2 things. First, this is the so-called conflict potential between the EU and Russia due to the huge differences concerning, first of all, conflicting identities. All we know that if we take, for instance, political values, the European Union and Russia are 2 different things. The second point is actually the strategic interests of the European Union and Russia within this region. For Russia, well, the post-Soviet space is traditionally a backyard, and it should be controlled by Russia. Not because, well, it previously was part of the Soviet Union, and more previously the part of Russian Empire and so on. For the European Union, it is first of all connected with the security reasons to create this, let us say, safeguard belt on the eastern borders of the European Union. And the third thing, actually, what is the essence of this contested neighborhood? I mean, this instrumental thing concerning this rivalry between the EU and Russia within the contested neighborhood is the usage of, I call it the special purpose vehicles, integration special purpose vehicles. For the European Union, it is the Eastern Partnership program, which was kicked off in 2009. For Russia, it's the Eurasian Economic Union, which began to action in 2015 officially, but unofficially it was the Custom Union from 2010. Well, just to be short about the essence of this strategies of the European Union and Russia. I must on this slide I just stressed one thing. This is the tools of integration which are used by the European Union and Russia. If you take the European Union, the major tool is first of all the association via association agreement or the creation of so-called deep and comprehensive free trade areas with the countries who sign actually this association agreements and get this European norms, acquis communautaire. For Russia, it's first of all the direct integration, a direct membership within this integration structures like Eurasian Economic Union. Although at the moment there are the status of so-called observers within the Eurasian Economic Union, for instance, such countries like Uzbekistan or like Cuba, they at the moment have the status of observers within this organization. The third observer was the Republic of Moldova, but after the change of power in 2020, coming to power of the new president, there is a shift of Republic of Moldova in perception, its status of observer within the Eurasian Economic Union. The president says that there is a lack of institutional base to be the observer within this organization. So about the strategy of the EU within the contested neighborhood, here's the goals, the model of cooperation, which I have already mentioned, and the major tools. As I said previously, the major goal for the European Union to make these countries within this contested neighborhood closer is, first of all, to ensure the security on the eastern borders. For Russia, if you take the Russian strategy within the contested neighborhood, it's to keep or obtain more control over these countries which are deemed as the traditional sphere of strategic interest of Russia. And probably one of the major result of this rivalry or this competition between the EU and Russia within this contested neighborhood is what I call the integration race. This is actually the aspiration of every actor to get these countries closer and to integrate them to some extent. For Russia, it's the full integration within this integration structures. For the European Union, it is first of all the association, but more interesting here is actually the dimensions which are bound to this integration trace. And I must stress actually the ideological dimension. It is actually connected to this mentioned by me conflicting identities of the Eurasian, of Russia and the European Union. And also more specifically, if we take the tools of this integration race, well, I tried to sort out from my viewpoint, actually, three major tools of traditional integration race. First of all, it's integration, so-called integration proselytism. It is actually connected with wooing of existing, let us say, members of every integration bloc and try to actually bring this existing members closer to another competent part or competent side. The second one is the fight for neophytes on non-aligned states and competition for the third parties. If we look at integration proselytism, a really interesting thing is, for instance, situation with Armenia, which in 2013 made the steep U-turn in its relationship with the European Union. So Armenia abandoned actually the association agreement aspirations and became the member states of the Eurasian Economic Union. More recent case or example is Serbia. Serbia is the candidate state for accession to the European Union, but in 2019, Serbia signed their free trade agreement about the creation of free trade area with the Eurasian Economic Union. That's why it also can be called this integration proselytism. So fight for neophytes, this is the situation is specifically bound to such country like Azerbaijan, which is a rather reluctant member within this Eastern Partnership program, and Azerbaijan tries to provide its or promote and pursue its own policy towards Russia and the European Union. But Russia has also some plans to bring Azerbaijan closer to the Eurasian Economic Union, first of all, due to the fact that there are some conflicting points, for instance, with Armenia, and this is also really interesting to create the free trade area with Turkey. And Azerbaijan is very allied with Turkey. Competing for the third parties, this is the situation concerning the extra regional players. For instance, several years ago, when the Belt and Road Initiative of China was at the beginning, Russia and the Eurasian Economic Union made the first step, and there was, from 2016, there is a project of conjuncture of Eurasian Economic Union and Belt and Road Initiative. Well, for China, it brings lots of benefits. For Eurasian Economic Union, I think it's, due to the fact that there is no free trade area between Eurasian Economic Union and China, there is only the agreement of non-preferential trade between Eurasian Economic Union and China. The benefits for Eurasian Economic Union only probably connected with image or something like this. But, pragmatic benefits for Eurasian Economic Union, from my viewpoint, they are rather meager. So if we're going actually to the situation, how it goes at the moment, and why this region, contested neighborhood, these countries play the huge role. This is the situation with surging political turbulence in 2001. If we look at the situation in Belarus, connected with the results of presidential elections and the sanctions which were imposed on Belarus regime by the European Union, this is actually rather interesting case to watch how it goes further. And for instance, if the regime of Belarus collapses, due to, first of all, a lack of assistance from Russia, I mean, first of all, economic assistance, it would be really the game changer. And this country, I mean, Belarus, takes the central role as the new country within this contested neighborhood. For Armenia, it is connected to the situation of current prime minister and current government. The government of Nikol Pashinyan is rather unstable due to the fact that, first of all, it was the loss in this war against Azerbaijan. Secondly, the perception of Russia, by Russia of Nikol Pashinyan is a rather controversial one. From the one hand, he's representative of the member states of the Eurasian Economic Union. From the other, he strives to pursue his, so to say, open politics. He tries to have a good relationship with the European Union. good example is actually that Armenia signed the new treaty with the European Union in 2018, and Armenia at the moment probably is the only one democratic state within the Eurasian Economic Union. If we take this metrics by economist intelligence units and other who measure actual democracy in the world. If we take Ukraine, this is really interesting situation concerning not only with current events between Russia and Ukraine. I mean, these tensions are on the border between Russia and Ukraine, which involve a huge number of actors, both regional, like European Union, and extra-regional United States. But actually, the current regime in Ukraine of Vladimir Zelensky is rather unstable, and there is a huge surge of the so-called pro-Russian forces in Ukraine, and some experts say actually that it can be something like counter-revolution. Well, this is connected with this revolution of dignity in Ukraine, and so on. Concerning the Republic of Moldova and change of power, I have already said. And concerning Georgia, this is the results of parliamentary election and the surging turbulence, for instance, after the seizing of previous president Mikhail Saakashvili. So this region is at the moment is rather politically turbulent, and it sparks the new of this integration race between Russia and the European Union. It was actually abandoned after the conflict in Ukraine due to the fact that this fierce stance between the EU and Russia. So either you go to the European Union or you go to Russia. This led to the really catastrophic results. So about the conflict between Russia and the EU, I would rather skip these slides. All you probably are aware about the deterioration of relationship between Russia and the EU. At the moment, some say that they are on the lowest point, and probably they are right. Although I can say that many projects which were enacted by the European Union, they are still underway. The cooperation not only in economic sphere, but also in, for instance, humanitarian spheres, such spheres like education, they go on. But I would stress only, from my viewpoint, very important findings of the recent events. This is the new tools of integration strategy within the contested neighborhood. I also tried to single out several modes of this integration strategy, and single out three major tools from my viewpoint. This is a so-called proactive smart power, high-profile public diplomacy, and hybrid leverage means. To be rather short, if we take the smart power, traditionally this is the combination of hard power and soft power. But if we take proactive smart power, this is the combination of hard power and soft power for formation of winning strategy in online mode. It means actually it depends on situation, depends on context, and it can be modified to the development of the situation. Major forms here are economic financial aid and contextual soft power. Just to show some cases, there is only one case actually for every tool. For the first tool, I single out Ukraine. This is, of course, the case of the European Union, who promotes not only who provides not only the economic assistance and financial assistance to Ukraine, but also promotes the European norms, European values, and pushes Ukraine to make some reforming in different spheres. Here's the major spheres which should be reformed. This is not only the economy, but also society and governance. Well, in general, if we take the case of Ukraine, the European Union set a dozen of, I would call them KPIs for reforming in Ukraine, and Ukraine should make some progress in order to gain some, in order to become some financial and economic aid. So here, smart power is reforming, and for the reforming, you get actually additional economic and financial aid, and more specifically, you come in closer to the European Union accession. This is the major striving of the Ukraine at the moment. So the second thing concerning this,
Mr. Professor, I must interrupt you.
Yeah.
Very interesting speech.
I'll be rather short, 1 minute.
Okay.
This is actually also the economic aid concerning the COVID-19 pandemics for the countries. Here's not only the information about Ukraine, but also, for instance, Moldova and Georgia. And of course, this smart power leads to the surging interest and surging support of the European Union within Ukraine. Here's the polling which was conducted in 2020. So European Union supporting in Ukraine is surging. So the second one, this is the high-profile public diplomacy. This is, first of all, the establishing effective communication and creating network with different target groups with usage of influencers. And here's the case of Russia, who uses this special purpose vehicle, Eurasian Economic Union. As I mentioned before, Moldova was the observer within this organization. But more interesting is actually that if we look at the surveys in Moldova, many ordinary citizens of Moldova say actually that Russian Federation, if we say about the financial aid and financial support, they play rather important role. And after the European Union and International Monetary Fund, Russia is on the third place as the actor who provides more financial assistance. And well, hybrid leverage means, you see, this is the combination of economic and information mechanism of influence the position. Here's the major forms which were used not only recently, but traditionally they are used also, for instance, by Russia, well, for years. And probably one of the recent example is the situation with signing the new contract of gas supplies to Moldova. Really interesting case due to the fact that this information wasn't confirmed by Moldova officials of Moldova. They said that was not true, but the thing is that this hybrid leverage is also aimed at bringing the country closer to one side, to the certain side. So here's the conclusions. I must say that probably the most important is that these new tools seem to be effective, but they are proved to prove actually sufficiency as long-term tools of integration strategy. So thank you very much, and I'm ready to answer your questions if you got some.
Okay, Thank you very much for your interesting speech. Now I'm giving the floor to the other participants. Any comments, any questions for the speaker? Okay, Dr. Szymon Kardaś, please.
Thank you very much, Andrei, for a very interesting presentation and very informative and interesting observations that you made. I have a quick question regarding Ukraine, because you mentioned during your presentation that, well, actually, there is some kind of a risk for the EU that, well, some new revolution of dignity might happen, which would be actually more pro-Russian, yeah, in terms of the overall approach. Do you see any signs of it? Because, well, I would fully agree that there is certain level of dissatisfaction with what the West is doing towards Ukraine, and probably it might increase. But I don't see personally any signs of, let's say, that would make this risk of pro-Russian shift possible in a foreseeable future. So could you elaborate a bit more on that? I would appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Well, you know, first of all, we should differentiate many messages coming, first of all, from the Ukrainian officials concerning their Russian position. For instance, a couple of weeks ago, President Zelensky had the press conference with some journalists, and he, well, embarrassed actually many journalists by saying that there is some aspiration of coup d'état, coup d'état in Ukraine, perpetrated by some oligarchs, and these oligarchs are sponsored by Russia. So, well, for many Russian officials, according to, well, Russian media and also Western media, they were also very astonished by this statements. That's why, well, personally, I'm not going actually to trust everything that Ukrainian officials say about their position of Russia. But if we take the current situation, first of all, social and economic situation in Ukraine, it's deteriorating, many says. For instance, if we take the situation with energy supplies, this is the open question how it goes further, and if actually Ukraine managed to supply itself during this winter season and so on. Yes, and we also should take into account the major claims or major obligations made by Zelensky when he came to power. For instance, well, ending the military conflict with Eastern Ukraine, or how the Ukrainians call it, war with Russia, and so on. All these obligations are not met, and probably, well, what I see, I'm not actually really, I'm not actually personally really, really expert concerning the situation in Ukraine. I mean, the situation in Ukrainian politics, but what I read actually and what I hear says that the situation is deteriorating. There is huge disenchantment of populace, what actually Zelensky and his team are doing, and there is also a huge factor of counteraction. These oligarchs, for instance, the situation with Rinat Akhmedov and others. That's why a month ago, Ukraine passed the law of so-called de-oligarchization. So oligarchs should be deprived of any interference into political activity. So I think actually that some part of Ukrainian society, disenchantment is rather widespread. But I think that this sentiment is not going to the Russian good, because for many Ukrainians, the situation with Donbass, with Crimea, this is actually the situation which is not connected with the person. This is not actually the fault of Ukrainian officials. This is actually the actions by the Russian side and so on. That's why, from my perspective, this prospects of counter-revolution or the new revolution of dignity, pro-Russian one, well, the probability is rather miserable. I also probably the second question concerning the intrusion, probable intrusion of Russia to Ukraine, because this is the hype at the moment. I think there will be no any intrusion and any how Germans say it, Einmarsch of Russian forces to the Ukraine, because everybody understands that it has the severe repercussions for Russia. First of all, economic one. And yesterday there was this video conference between Putin and Biden, American President Joseph Biden and Vladimir Putin. And I think this position was reiterated. So if any aggression against the Ukraine, there is, for instance, huge economic sanctions. And I think Russian economy can't afford this anyway. This is was probably my answer on your question.
Thank you very much. Fully agree when it comes to the second statement. Yeah, it's rather impossible. I mean, the full-fledged war with Ukraine. Yeah, I mean, Putin sometimes makes risky decisions, but not risky to such an extent. He's not a crazy, let's say, leader in that sense. So.
Well, many Western experts say that Russia lives in this realpolitik mode, so to say, and I think that Putin is rather pragmatic, and he understands that it can be a disaster, fully catastrophic. If, for instance, there is a huge sanctions, for instance, switch off of this SWIFT system and so on.
Yeah, fully agree. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much for your interesting speech and very interesting discussion. So I invite another speaker, Dr. Szymon Kardaś, last but not least, to present his presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the invitation. I'm glad to take part in this panel, in this conference. My presentation would be devoted to some issues that are quite specific, but at the same time very popular and important when it comes to the current international agenda. So climate issues, and I would like to focus within the framework of my presentation on challenges that are coming out of this climate agenda for Russia. What is actually Russia trying to do in this respect, how Russia is trying to address those challenges when it comes to its own energy policy, and what are the prospects when it comes to Russia's strategy in, let's say, foreseeable future. So starting from the impact of those changes that are taking place when it comes to climate agenda and at what kind of challenges it brings to Russia. Of course, in the first place, we should mention that the key challenges that Russia needs to face in this respect are coming out of the policy that is being pursued within the framework of the European Union, so the whole European Green Deal concept and the changes that are being introduced with respect to climate and energy or climate energy policy of the European Union are bringing significant challenges for Moscow in two spheres. Of course, the first sphere is purely economic. And it refers to, of course, the prospects of export for Russia's natural resources to the European Union. The European Union remains, and probably at least in next decade or maybe 2 decades, will remain the key export market for the Russian Federation, especially when it comes to the crude oil and natural gas. Just to bring some figures, when it comes to oil, more than 50% right now, around 54, 56, depending on the estimations, goes to Europe. And when it comes to natural gas, I mean, the level of dependence is even higher, because when it comes to pipeline export, more than 80%, of course, sometimes a bit more, depending on the year, is coming to the European market. And that's why, I mean, when we take into account the ambitious goals that are designed within the framework of the European Green Deal, so changing the energy mix in order to reach the climate neutrality by 2050, and significantly and constantly, regularly reducing the share of natural gas and especially crude oil in the European energy mix, that of course creates a serious challenges for Russia, because I mean, regardless the numerous declarations that were made by Russian politicians, still the fossil fuel export is playing an important role when it comes to budget revenues. And again, to bring some figures, the Russian budget and the revenues that are coming to the Russian budget are divided into 2 large groups, named revenues coming out of oil and gas sector in general, and revenues coming out of the non-oil and gas sector. And this oil and gas sector still amounts to around 40%, sometimes a bit higher, I mean, depending on the year. 2020 was unusual, and it's for the first time in 20 years, it's significantly decreased. So it was below 30%, but of course it was the pandemic year, and due to numerous lockdowns, the demand for fossil fuels and the prices for energy resources decreased significantly. So of course it had an impact on the revenues of the Russian budget. But generally it's still around 40%. And when we split, I mean, the oil and gas revenues into 2 subgroups, yeah, on the one hand, everything that is related to crude oil and to the oil sector, and on the other hand, what is related to gas, I mean, all the revenues that are coming out of the oil sector in a broader sense amount to 80%. Yeah, so that's why, I mean, when we look at prospects and the designed goals of the European Union, it creates, in the long run, it creates a serious challenge. Another issue that might have an important impact on Russia is, of course, I mean, the whole group of proposals that are related to so-called carbon border tax, which is a measure still a kind of a work in progress in the European Union. But if introduced, it might have a significant impact on the revenues of Russia's exporters in general. I mean, there are some estimations provided by Russian experts, according to which, I mean, the annual loss coming out of this carbon border tax introduced by the European Union might amount to 14 and, according to some estimations, even 30 billion US dollars. So that's also a significant let's say potential loss that Russia might experience, I mean, due to those changes that are being considered right now in the European Union. So there are a bunch of economic potential economic consequences, but there are also some political challenges related to it. I mean, when we know that the energy sector is playing an important economic but also political role in Russia's state, because the financial stability, the economic stability is to a large extent dependent on the situation in the energy sector. It of course brings us to the conclusion that the political stability in a broader sense is dependent on that. So unstable economic situation might lead to some social instability, and that of course creates serious challenges for the political regime, which when we observe the whole situation from the perspective of 2021 is not in a, let's say, it's not in a comfortable position. I mean, we know that on the one hand, of course, the recent election, the parliamentary election that was were held in Russia in September 2021 went quite smoothly. But on the other hand, we know that the level of, let's say, dissatisfaction among the Russian society is growing, and some kind of a feeling of let's say, feeling of that the current political regime is actually expiring its usage. I mean, this feeling is quite visible. So any, let's say, potential economic turbulences might definitely have an effect on that. So economic and political challenges coming, which are related to it. And what is and now, I mean, the second point, what Russia is doing, how Russia is trying to address those issues, if at all. I argue that Russia's response to those challenges that are right now on the table might be described as ambivalent. Because on the one hand, I mean, when we look at statements made by Russia's officials, starting from speeches delivered by President Putin, it is quite clear that that Russia is, and Russian elite is aware of what is going on strategic export markets, and just to bring as the illustration the very recent speeches delivered by Vladimir Putin during the Energy Week organized in Moscow, or during his Valdai speech, or when he also delivered some speech at the COP26 conference. It's quite clear that Russian politicians are aware of those challenges and are addressing them. Secondly, it's also visible when we look into the strategic documents that are being adopted by Russian officials with respect to different sectors of economy. I mean, starting from, of course, the Russia's energy strategy adopted in 2020, the documents that is shaping designing Russia's goal in respect to energy sector until 2035. I mean, all those climate issues are addressed and quite and stated in a quite frank way. It's the same with respect to energy security doctrine that was adopted in 2019. It's also visible in such documents as the strategy towards the Arctic zone, which is also very important for Russia, not only in political sense, but also with respect to the potential of energy sources and of course associated with and important when it comes to some challenges that are related to climate issues. Moreover, I mean, some Russian companies, some Russian energy companies started to introduce some, let's say, measures and started to declare some goals with respect to climate neutrality. And of course, are aware of the trends that they are facing on the key export markets. And Russia is also engaged basically in all formats which are relevant when it comes to international cooperation regarding the climate issues. Yeah, so is a party to the convention that was adopted in 1992, is taking active part in all negotiations that are conducted within the framework of the COP conference, and so on. So on the one hand, of course, there is some level of awareness, and it might be easily identified. But on the other hand, of course, I mean, when we look at this picture from all angles, I mean, we might also bring some different conclusions. I mean, that this official stance and official awareness, and at the same time, or is combined at least with a very conservative approach presented by some important actors, some important players of the Russia's energy sector. First of all, it's important to look at prospects that Russia is declaring, I mean, regarding export of natural resources up to 2035. So in the same energy strategy, on the one hand, they made many, let's say, statements regarding climate issues. On the other hand, I mean, when we look at numbers, projected numbers of export of natural gas, crude oil, and coal, which is the most interesting example, I mean, we see that they actually plan to export more in the long run, which actually it's contradicting, I mean, the trends that we are observing right now. Secondly, they still are quite conservative when it comes to the development of the renewables in Russia. I mean, according to the estimations made by Russian experts, the share of renewables by 2030 will not exceed 1% when it comes to Russia's energy mix. However, there were plans, I mean, to increase it by 4.5%, which is still not much. But actually, I mean, the real options for that are even less ambitious than the goals that they used to declare a couple of years ago. Thirdly, I mean, they still declare very unambitious goals, and they are determined to introduce very unambitious tools to receive the goals when it comes to reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. First of all, I mean, what serves Russia perfectly in the sphere is the very high level, which is the reference point for reduction, because I mean, the level of greenhouse gas emissions, which is the reference point for Russia in 1990, was the highest in the whole history of the Soviet Union and the Russian Federation. So when they declared that they will reduce the level of greenhouse gas emissions right now and to this very high point of reference, actually, I mean, those goals
Doctor, sorry, I must
seem to be unambitious.
Interesting speech.
Yeah, so the final point would be from my side that having said that well, this approach is quite ambivalent. Yeah, the awareness combined with, let's say, quite conservative approach, it's nowadays difficult to predict whether we can expect some, let's say, significant change in terms of the systemic transformation of the Russia's energy sector in at least next decade. I mean, in my view, the Russia's assumption is that, well, on the one hand, we cannot afford, let's say, not mentioning those climate issues, but at the same time, we strongly believe, I mean, we as the political and economic elite, that at least by 2030, the situation will not change significantly, and therefore we will not be, let's say, obliged to change our policy internally and when it comes to foreign markets substantially in let's say in next decades at least. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your interesting speech. So it is 1:45 p.m. So we have finished our panel. I would like to thank the speakers for interesting speech, interesting discussion, and all the participants of this panel. I hope it was a valuable scientific experience for all of us. I invite you to participate in the next panels Beyond Europe conference, and I hope we see in next year on the Beyond Europe conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to all the speakers.
Thank you very much. Have a nice evening tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.